Other questions? We will deliver the microphone. Please kindly wait.
Nara 県立医科大学の会見の模様をお伝えしています。
We have been covering a press conference for Nara Medical University. We understand that he has been subjected to a gunshot. How deep were the wounds? Please understand that the gun has penetrated the heart. NHK? Azuchi, you have spent 4.5 hours on treatment. When he was carried into the hospital, was the condition extremely serious? Yes. At the point of transport to the hospital, there were no vital signs. And the doctor has also transported him, and during that time, there were no vital signs as well. What were the chances of survival at that point in time? It was extremely serious, and grave conditions. It was very grave. Thank you very much.
Well, I think he was shot from a close distance. But looking at the wound, do you think that there was a strong intention to kill him? Well, I've just seen the wound, so I cannot make any judgment. Sorry. Anything else? Onda from ABC Television. The 4.5 hours while you were giving him treatment, what kind of treatment was being given? Basically, we tried to stop the bleeding and also conduct blood transfusion. Anything else? Person over there. Horie from Yamazaki Broadcasting. You say that you conducted a massive blood transfusion. But what is the volume of blood? A large amount, that is all. So it's more than 100 units. I cannot give you the amount in milliliters. Asahi Shimbun? About the family. Have you already given an explanation to the family members? Yes, we did. Thank you. Please use the microphone up front. Chunichi Shimbun. You said that you explained to the family. How did they react? Can you explain about what it was like, his wife especially? Well, I just communicated the health condition and the treatment that was given. That is all. I cannot give you any other details. Anything else? Asahi Shimbun? Were the bullets inside his body during the operation, surgery? We could not confirm the bullet. I think that we might find out later, but during the surgery, we were not able to find the bullet or bullets. Then the person up front. NHK Fujita. There were 2 shots. We hear. Of the 2, which do you think was the critical one that took his life? I cannot judge. I only know that there were 2 wounds believed to be bullet wounds. And because the wound reached the heart was damaged, causing bleeding. That is all I can say. Anything else?
We understand that there were 2 gun wounds. Were they in the neck or were they at the chest? They were at the neck. There were 2 gun wounds found in the neck. That is right. However, you've indicated that they reached the heart. Yes, in terms of direction from the neck, it had reached the heart. Any other questions? Mainichi Hoso Nojima. For confirmation's sake, there were 2 wounds in the neck. However, in the chest, in the artery, there were wounds in the chest and also heart. Is that correct? Yes. When you say neck, exactly where would it be? Right here. It's the base of the neck, 2 locations. And when you say the heart, where would that be? There is a vessel, the blood vein, rather, that connects from the neck. And we understand that surgical treatment was conducted. What kind of surgical treatment was conducted? If you could kindly explain in layman's terms. Basically, we need to identify where the hemorrhage was conducted, and therefore we need to conduct an open surgery, and therefore this is a surgical treatment to identify where the hemorrhage is being conducted and a treatment in order to stop the hemorrhage. Any other questions? In NHK? The factor leading to death is attributed to bleeding. Is that correct? Yes, it can be expressed as death from bleeding. And you have mentioned that the bullet reached the heart. And were there any damages to the organ? The damage to the heart was serious. And we say wound or damage. How would you explain this? There is a wide gaping hole in the heart. This is attributed to the gun wound. Compared to other wounds, is there something that is particularly pronounced? There has not been a comparison that has been conducted, but gun wounds, for the most part, create a larger wound. Any other questions? From Chunichi Shimbun, Okaya. He has penetrated the internal organs of the heart, but there were 2 wounds in the neck. But you have also mentioned you were not able to detect the bullet. And how about on the backside of the heart? Were there any wounds that were detected? There were wounds in the shoulder area, and we believe that therefore the bullet has penetrated to that extent. So it has penetrated in one location. And as for the other wound, were not able to detect a wound that has been caused by penetration of the bullet. And you have not been able to identify or detect the bullets. That is correct. Any other questions? Oshimoto is my name. After the family members arrived, I believe it was about after 5 p.m. that they had arrived. But when they arrived, the former prime minister had already passed away. Is that correct? And since the transferal to the hospital, no vital signs had been detected. Any other questions? Go ahead. My name is Ota. You explained about the wound, the two wounds. Were they in close proximity? Where were they located specifically? Basically, there were two in the proximity, about 5 centimeters apart. Thank you. Any other questions? Yomiuri TV? Any related question? After his wife, Akie, arrived, I would like to inquire as to the condition of former Prime Minister Abe. As I have indicated, the same explanation has been offered to Madam Akie regarding the cardiopulmonary arrest. That is correct.
Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper. About the treatment, you said that you conducted blood transfusion. Was it that you failed to stop the bleeding and he died? Well, there were some areas in which we were able to stop the hemorrhage, but because of the large volume of hemorrhage, and it was difficult to carry out or realize coagulation of the blood, and because of the large amount of hemorrhage, it was not possible for us to totally stop the bleeding. But we were able to manage to stop the bleeding in the large blood vessels, but unfortunately he died. Anything else? Mainichi Hoso. I believe that the first responders conducted AED, automated external defibrillator. Do you think that was proper? Well, I don't know what happened before he arrived at this hospital, so I cannot say anything for sure. Thank you. Another? If he was shot in the heart, in order to resuscitate, is it proper to use AED? Yes, I believe so. Anything else? Person in the middle? Matsuda? It's according to the news, he was in the ICU, intensive care unit. So what treatment was given to him? No, he was not taken to the ICU. Anything else? Over there? At the site of the shooting, do you think that he was lost vital signs? Well, all I can say that is that he fell into a cardiopulmonary arrest state at the scene of the crime. So can we say that he was gravely injured died at the scene of the crime? Well, it might be that people would interpret that way, but we in medical terms say that he was in a cardiopulmonary arrest state, and we do not say that he died at the scene of the crime. I couldn't hear you earlier. You said that he was not in an ICU, but an outpatient treatment room. Okay, I couldn't hear you. Thank you. Anything else?
A live press conference at the hospital where former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was taken after being fatally shot today and later died. The doctors there briefed the press on details of his extremely serious wounds sustained from those two gunshots. And here is what we know. Mr. Shinzo Abe died at 5:03 p.m. Tokyo time. He had two deep wounds, and according to the doctors, he had no vital signs upon arrival at the hospital. There was also an answer about how his heart was penetrated as a result of those two fatal gunshots. Of course, the doctors performed a series of emergency medical treatment on Mr. Abe. They tried to stop the bleeding. There was blood transfusion. There was also surgical treatment to try to locate and stop the hemorrhage. I want to also bring in Professor Liu Qingbin, guest professor at Hua-Chao University. Professor Liu, it certainly was very distressing to learn the details of the heavy wound sustained by Mr. Shinzo Abe after being fatally shot earlier today. I do want to talk to you about how rare this gun violence incident really is there in Japan. This assassination attempt on a former Prime Minister of the country. Professor, do you have any theories about why this took place? The one thing we know from the shooter is that he was dissatisfied with Mr. Abe, but was this personal? Was this more political?
According to police news briefing, that the shooter had personal feeling about Mr. Abe's attitude, not just his policy, but also his attitude. And according to police, the shooter said he think Mr. Abe is very arrogant, some kind of that. But I don't know sure, but actually, if we look back Japan's history, and from last century, even from 19th centuries, they had this kind of tradition or bad habit to assassination politicians. And it's kind of terrorist, even from the Meiji period and also Taisho period. And even in Showa and after the World War II, I believe I remember in 1960s, Asanuma was Shakaito Social Party's chief and assassinated by the right wing. And Abe's grandfather Kishi also shot by some terrorists. But after 1980s, and there are rare cases. Only some right-wing extremists shoot all those some former mayor like Nagasaki's mayor or some Democratic
Professor,
Party's,
I'm sorry to cut you off. We're running out of time on this broadcast, but we do want to thank you for providing analysis and input at this hour. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. We will, of course, continue to stay on top of
はい、車両来ます。止まってください。歩行者通します。はい、歩行者の方どうぞ。歩行者の方どうぞ。順番なんですよ。待機してください。歩行者の方どうぞ。
its defense arsenal, reducing its reliance on the U.S. military. Abe's plan to revise Article 9 of Japan's pacifist constitution and increase its military budget raised concerns both at home and abroad. With the COVID-19 pandemic, analysts say the fruits of Abenomics have been considerably reduced, raising debate over Abe's legacy. With economic recovery still stagnant, many unsolved issues with neighbors, and relations with the U.S. not as strong as before, constitutional revision has not made any progress. Japanese media say with all these challenges, Abe's successor might be drawing the short straw. Terence Teoshima, CGTN, Tokyo.
And CGTN correspondent Terence Terashima joins me now live from Nara, where the former Japanese Prime Minister was campaigning earlier today before being fatally shot. Terence, we now know more information about the wounds and subsequent death of Mr. Shinzo Abe. Apparently, he had no vital signs when he was brought to the hospital, and the wounds were extremely serious. What more information can you tell us, Terence?
Yes, I couldn't hear you too well, but I think you're asking about the first responders in the hospital, so I'm going to answer the questions on that. The first responder said Abe was conscious when he was first brought in, but he lost consciousness and he was taken by hospital to the hospital in Nara. It's about 1 hour south from Nara Station, where I am now, and the doctor said there was a deep wound on his side, and he was bleeding quite a lot. And he was given a blood transfusion as well as doctors trying to stop the bleeding and treat the wound. But unfortunately, doctors pronounced his death at 5:03 local time. That's 4 o'clock Beijing time, 8 GMT, and the doctors held a press conference giving details of the wound he had, as well as the treatment that the doctors has given him.
Terence, another question, if you can hear me. Obviously, a very tired and distressed doctor addressed the media, addressed reporters at that press conference just now, and we had some very chilling details of the former prime minister's medical condition before his subsequent death. What is the atmosphere in Japan right now? How is Japan as a nation coping with this very sudden news and the sudden death of Shinzo Abe?
Well, on Sunday, the 10th, we are expecting to have the voting for the upper house election. So obviously, there's been a great interest by the Japanese public. The heads of it's an important 2 days before the Sunday's voting. So all the heads of the parties are out scattered all over Japan, including Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. So there were great interest of the speeches that was given, and Abe being the former prime minister, there was interest of what kind of points he would address. So it was shocking that this is the first time that a former prime minister, a senior member of the political party, former prime minister, longest serving prime minister, this is the first time in post-war Japan that such a high-ranked politician was shot dead. And there was quite a shock all the way around. And there's been a lot of messages from oppositions, the ambassadors, and as well as comments from tweets from various world leaders. So there's been a lot of commotion here in Japan.
Yeah, it all just happened so fast. Whatever the emotion, whatever the sentiment, it will be slowly sinking in with the Japanese public there. Terence Terashima live in Nara for us this hour. Terence, thank you so much. And to other news we're following for you. In the U.S., the former Minneapolis
Once again, welcome to The World Today. We begin with breaking news out of Japan, where the country's former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has died after being shot earlier on Friday. Friday's attack saw a man open fire while Abe was campaigning for his party ahead of a parliamentary election in the city of Nara. Abe was shot in the chest and around the neck. Authorities have arrested a suspect who has reportedly told police he was dissatisfied with Abe and intended to kill him. Doctors say Abe bled to death following the shooting.
There were 2 gun wounds found in the neck. That is right. However, you've indicated that they reached the heart. Yes, in terms of direction from the neck, it had reached the heart.
All right, let's now take a look at the political career of Shinzo Abe as former prime minister.
Shinzo Abe, a third-generation politician, first taking office as prime minister in 2006. Abe is the first Japanese government leader born after the Second World War. During his first term, scandals surrounded his cabinet. Support rate dropped as low as 28%, and the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, or the LDP, suffered a major loss in the upper house election in 2007. He resigned soon after, citing poor health and saying his presence was hindering the passage of essential bills. He was blamed for creating the so-called revolving door of prime ministers, 6 leaders in 6 years, until his second term began in 2012. Ironically, he had since become the longest-serving prime minister in Japanese history. Experts say the reform of multi-seat electoral districts and changes to campaign finance rules weakened the traditional factional influences in the LDP. Abe secured an unchallenged leadership in the ruling party. He gained public support with promises of an economic recovery. The so-called Abenomics was based on 3 arrows of monetary easing, fiscal stimulus and structural reforms. The public was desperate to crawl out of the prolonged deflation from the earthquake and tsunami that devastated the eastern coast of Japan. Corporate sentiments improved and Nikkei stock average made a steady recovery, more than doubling to over 23,000 in 2020 since he began his second term, despite inertia from the 2008 global recession. Analysts say Abe was cunning in balancing economic achievements, social welfare schemes, and aggressive diplomacy to boost Japanese exports, which maintained public support, while forcefully passing a number of unpopular security and defense-related bills. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets demanding him to step down. There was an anti-nuclear power demonstration in 2014, followed a year later by protests over so-called war legislations in 2015, and favoritism scandal in 2018. But despite these, he managed to win in elections and maintaining a clear majority in both the upper and lower houses. In 2017, after President Donald Trump pulled the US out of the Trans-Pacific talks, Abe tried to take the lead in the negotiations. He also tried to build stronger trade cooperations with China and another free trade agreement in the Asian Pacific, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Although Abe continued to stress the importance of the Japan-US alliance, the country steadily increased its defense arsenal, reducing its reliance on the US military. Abe's plan to revise Article 9 of Japan's pacifist constitution and increase its military budget raised concerns both at home and abroad. With the COVID-19 pandemic, analysts say the fruits of Abenomics have been considerably reduced, raising debate over Abe's legacy. With economic recovery still stagnant, many unsolved issues with neighbors, and relations with the US not as strong as before, constitutional revision has not made any progress. Japanese media say with all these challenges, Abe's successor might be drawing the short straw. Terence Teoshima, CGTN, Tokyo.
Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida is speaking following the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. All right, we hope to get more information on this in the hours and days as time goes by. We know now that the former Prime Minister has been assassinated. We're yet to find out the motive and, of course, how the person who committed the assassination was able to penetrate security. All of that and more in the hours and days to come. Well, we're now joined by
Sorry, there's a police treatment there, and the hospital doctors said he was unconscious on arrival, and he had a deep wound all around the sides from his belly to the neck, and he was bleeding ferociously, and he was given blood transfusion and treatment. However, the doctors could not stabilize him, and they announced his death at 3 minutes past 5 local time. That's 8 GMT. And the doctor said the wound was too deep to treat, and despite the efforts, they could not stabilize them. Richard.
Again, Terry, tragic news coming out of Japan there. Terry, how are people there reacting to this latest news?
Well, there was a deep shock. He was making an election speech because there's going to be a voting on Sunday, and today and on Friday and Saturday is the two most important days for the final campaign speeches. So obviously there was great interest when people were listening to what the leaders and were saying, and also news coverages of these elections were broadcasted for the new news, and it happened in the midst of that. And it is very rare to have politicians being gunned down in Japan. The last one was 2007. The mayor of Nagasaki was gunned down by a right-wing activist, but Abe is the highest-ranking politician ever to be gunned down in post-war Japan. He was the longest-serving prime minister, and he's actually the lead. He's a senior member of the ruling LDP, and Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, relies on him as well, and LDP is looking to win. So there's great interest by the public, and there's a big shock. And there's been a lot of messages from business leaders and political leaders from various circles in Japan. Richard.
Terry, big shock indeed. One more question, if you would indulge me. Terry, what more details do we know about the shooter or his motive?
That is very strange. There are a lot of unanswered questions. First of all, Shinzo Abe's arrival speech schedule was only decided on Thursday night, last night. So the Yamagami, the shooter, had a handmade shotgun, like a sawn-off short barrel shotgun with him. So when did he prepare for it? And he said he was disgruntled with Shinzo Abe, but not politically motivated. If it's not politically motivated, what was his grudge against Shinzo Abe, so that he had intended to kill him and had time to prepare a handmade gun and approach Abe during his...
Keeping a close eye on this story. Terry Terashima speaking to us from Nara. Well, in other news,
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister. I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
粘り強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
And we begin in Japan, where former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has died after being shot at a political campaign event in the western city of Nara. He was 67. Doctors at the Nara Medical University Hospital say Abe bled profusely due to a wound to his heart. Friday's attack saw a man open fire while Abe was giving a speech campaigning for the Liberal Democratic Party. Authorities have arrested a suspect who has reportedly told police he was dissatisfied with Abe and intended to kill him. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has condemned the attack, calling it unforgivable, barbaric, and malicious. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says he was lost for words after the assassination of former Premier Shinzo Abe.
I was praying that his life would be saved, but despite that, I came to learn of his death. It is truly regrettable. I am lost for words. I offer my sincere condolences and prayers that his soul may rest in peace.
CGTN correspondent Terence Terashima joins me now live from Nara. Terence, a sad day for Japan, and many people in other parts of the world share in that sentiment.
Yes, it is sad and shocking as former Prime Minister was gunned down in a country like Japan when a gun is not accessible. Now, the doctors held a press conference earlier today, and what we know from that is that former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was conscious originally, but he was bleeding quite a lot furiously, and he was taken to this hospital behind me by helicopter, and the doctors worked hard trying to revive him, gave him a blood transfusion, but he suffered a heavy injury all the way around the sides, his neck, and through his chest, and the wounds were said to be very deep and wide, and the doctors could not revive him and pronounced his death around 3 minutes past 5 Japan time. That's 4 o'clock Beijing time, 8 GMT. And the doctor said the wound was too severe to revive him. Thank you.
Terrence, as far as the investigation goes, we know that the shooter is now in police custody. Local media are reporting that he told the police he was dissatisfied with Mr. Shinzo Abe, but clearly his actions went far beyond simple dissatisfaction. What more are we learning about the suspect and the nature of the attack?
Well, there are a few strange unanswered questions. First of all, former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was not scheduled to come to Nara until late on a Thursday night. So there's a very short time period for after the decision for him to be in Nara. And also, police said the weapon was a handmade gun about the size of a short shotgun. Now, when did the suspect prepare this weapon? How long he had it, and how long he planned for this attack? And also, he told the police that it was not politically motivated. He was dissatisfied. He wanted to. He had intended to kill former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, but it was not politically motivated. So it seems that the police need to go through more thorough investigation to find out what Kenji Yamagami, the suspect, 41-year-old local, he served in the Maritime Defense Force for 3 years from 2002. So police are finding out more details about him, and there need to be more thorough investigation on his motive and preparations. Thank you.
All right, of course, we look forward to finding more from Japanese police on his real intention and more about his motives, of course. Terrence Terashima live in Nara for us this hour. Let me also bring in CGTN correspondent Jack Barton, who joins us live from Seoul, South Korea. Jack, just yesterday we were talking about how the new administration in Seoul was trying to mend ties between South Korea and Japan, and now the sudden and tragic death of Shinzo Abe. How are the public and media there reacting to his death?
That's right, and we were also talking yesterday on the show about how when I was interviewing people about mending relations with Japan, everybody I spoke to, even I was surprised, was in favor. No one was critical of the idea. The tide seems to have turned in terms of, building a bridge back between Tokyo and Seoul. I think the feeling today is really one of shock and deep sadness across South Korea. Initially, though, a lot of apprehension as well, because Japanese social media was awash with claims that this was a Korean national who had killed Shinzo Abe, and they were calling on the police, to reveal his identity and his ethnic background. Many ethnic Koreans in Japan, of course, many of them descendants or survivors of forced labor in Japan during the war. So when it turned out this was a Japanese person who assassinated the Prime Minister, there was shock, sadness, but also, it has to be said, a bit of a sense of relief amongst people here. The President, Yoon Song-yeol, calling this an unacceptable criminal act, sending his condolences to Shinzo Abe's wife, but also the extended family, and of course the Japanese people as well. And even before that, we'd heard comments from the foreign minister at the G20 summit. That was before it was confirmed that Shinzo Abe had actually been killed, but also, giving his sympathy to his Japanese colleague at that meeting and making public statements. So again, he was a very divisive figure here. There's no doubt about that. Shinzo Abe, at the beginning, and particularly when President Moon Jae-in was in power here, we saw relations just fall to rock bottom between Japan and South Korea. But again, that's really been on the mend of late, and the feeling here really across South Korea, I think shock is really still, people are trying to process this. Let it sink in that this could have happened to a politician in Japan. Similar gun laws here, you know, it's just not something anyone would expect could happen.
Definitely not. And whatever the feeling, the sentiment, it is still sinking in, not just in Japan, but in neighboring countries like South Korea as well. Jack, is the killing of Shinzo Abe likely to have any fallout, any consequences for South Korea?
No, I don't think it's going to have any fallout. If anything, it's going to sort of further this push to mend ties between Seoul and Tokyo. Given the reaction by the president today, and a very heartfelt reaction, and even we haven't heard from the opposition Democratic Party politicians who are normally quite abrasive about Japan, but we're likely to hear condolences and sort of positive words from them as well. As I mentioned earlier, this comes amid a serious push to build ties again, between South Korea and Japan. And the fact that this really is heartfelt coming from South Korea, we're not hearing any, people saying, well, he deserved this, or this was, certainly I haven't heard any of that. Even people who are very critical of Shinzo Abe here, very shocked and saddened by the way he has been assassinated, which I think in the eyes of most people is absolutely unacceptable. So if anything, this is going to bring Tokyo and Seoul a little bit closer together.
A senseless killing there indeed. Our Jack Barton live in Seoul, South Korea for us. Jack, appreciate your reporting as always. Thank you. And here's a quick look back at Shinzo Abe's life and career. The former Japanese Prime Minister was born in Tokyo in 1954. He served as the executive assistant to the Minister of Foreign Affairs before first elected as a member of the House of Representatives in 1993. In the early 2000s, he was a deputy chief cabinet secretary in both the Mori and Koizumi cabinets. In 2003, Abe was elected as the Secretary General of the Liberal Democratic Party, or LDP. He was sworn in as the 90th Japanese Prime Minister in 2006, a term that lasted for less than 1 year. He came back and won the election again in 2012. Abe launched an ambitious economic program intended to stimulate the long moribund Japanese economy, which seemed to be effective. After winning 3 terms, he resigned as Prime Minister in 2020 due to health problems. Let's talk to Kazuto Suzuki. He's a professor at the Graduate School of Public Policy at the University of Tokyo. Professor, thank you so much for making time for us. In a country where political violence is rare and guns are tightly controlled, I want to get your thoughts first on this attack. Do you think that maybe security around the former Japanese leader today, as he was making that campaign speech, was too loose for this to happen? And could this have an impact on domestic policy?
Oh, yes, definitely there will be a very big impact on the domestic policy. Abe was a leader of the largest fraction of the LDP, and he is the very much a strong force of pushing Kishida to move forward the constitutional change, although the Kishida was reluctant to change the constitution. So this two big head, Kishida and Abe were the friends and the rival, and I think this balance will change after the death of the Abe.
Professor, can you also talk about the highlights of his political career? I mean, certainly people will remember Abenomics, which seemed to have worked for Japan for a while, but even though not without his controversies and voices of opposition, what else will he be remembered for?
Well, he has a longest serving, he was a longest serving prime minister, so he has been a long list of achievement. First of all, Abenomics, of course, but also he has made a great friendship with the President Trump to to ensure the secure and ensure and secure the alliance between Japan and the United States. Also, he introduced the idea of Indo-Pacific, so he would introduce the Australia and India into the counterbalancing to amend the power balance in the East Asia. Also, he reached out to the South Korea and he made agreement with President Park Geun-hye on the comfort women, and also he rescued the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He was when Donald Trump decided to leave from TPP, he just collected the other remaining members, 11 countries, to remain in the TPP and formed into a CPTPP. And China is now being attracted to apply for the CPTPP. So I think this was a great success to maintain his position to secure the free trade principle in East Asia.
Professor Suzuki, we appreciate your analysis. Thank you so much for joining us. And let's now go beyond the region and take a look at other news making headlines.
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister. I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
強くですね、中国とのということは非常に珍しかったんだろうと思いますが、この我々
I needed to fight against the disease and be treated, and I was not really in a perfect state in terms of health conditions, and still I had to make important political decisions. I cannot make any mistakes in terms of important decision making. The support of the public, I needed to respond to this with confidence. I cannot do this, and I made a decision to not continue my job as the Prime Minister.
しばかれた。俺、車ちょっと芝飛んできたら、なんか、パチパチで引っ張して履いて、これだけが、全然まあ、お客さんに言ったら、俺しようか。うん。いいですよ。ホテルはインターネットで利用してたらやるから、今からすぐ。
Okay, sounds good. Okay, there's this guy who's carrying the Japanese flag who was trying to get into hospital. Okay, let me know what Patrick say about how long we need to stay out. so sorry. Really? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I was like, yeah. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Where exactly? Okay. So I'll be okay. So I will really always present. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm causing like so much trouble. Oh my god, sorry. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much.
ないけど、即配何か忘れるような気がする。当たってでもまあなんとかなってよかった。いいんですよ。まあ俺は別にすぐこれ買えるからなんで、バッテリーは乾電池。もうコンビニでも買えるから、構わない。ストローは使えない。みんなのストローをそうもらえる。頭は大丈夫。ここはアウト。ここも OK なの。 感言わない。
for Japan and the whole world. Tell us the latest, please.
Yes, the doctors did their best trying to revive Shinzo Abe, but he has lost a lot of blood, and one of the bullet struck his heart and one through and through on his shoulder. Now they pronounce his death at 5 o'clock local time. Now, Prime Minister Kishida has condemned the action, and the Japanese business sectors are also quite shocked on this. Now, what does this mean to Japan, to Kishida and his economic policy? Until 2023, Kishida said he will continue with the policies of Abenomics. Now, business leaders see this as the end of Abenomics, and there will be questions of what after winning the election, if Kishida wins this election, how much changes Kishida will implement in economic policy. And of course, this shocking news will affect the currency exchange as well. So the business sectors are looking at how it would affect markets, especially the yen-dollar exchange rate at the beginning of the week, next week. So it's a shocking news, as well as it will be a new turn of the page for the Japanese economic policy and business sector. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much for the update. Our sincere condolences. Terence Terashima for us in Nara, Japan. China has expressed shock at the death of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in a shooting incident in Nara, Japan. The Chinese embassy in Japan has also expressed its condolences over the death of Abe. At a daily press briefing on Friday, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian said China extends its condolences to Abe's family. Zhao said the former prime minister had made several contributions for the improvement of China-Japan relations, adding that the shooting incident is a separate issue from bilateral ties. The 67-year-old Abe had visited China during his tenure as Japanese PM in 2006 and 2018. Next, we take a look at Shinzo Abe's legacy on the economic front, which is largely defined by his namesake strategy, Abenomics. Abenomics started out in 2012 as a three-arrow approach. That's to increase money supply, increase government spending on infrastructures and welfare, as well as cutting red tapes to improve the business environment. Alongside these domestic policies, Abe also adopted aggressive diplomatic strategies to boost Japan's exports. He tried to lead the Trans-Pacific Partnership talks after then U.S. President Donald Trump pulled out, and also led Japan in the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. These measures did accelerate Japan's growth and helped stock markets boom, but added to the country's debt burden that worsened during the COVID-19 outbreak. Abe's office met with strong opposition when it had to reduce the deficit with higher consumption tax in recent years. Meanwhile, the country is also suffering from extreme weather conditions. Summer times are generally tough months in Japan, and matters have been compounded by a major heat wave that has sent temperatures rising and caused strains to the country's energy grid. Terashima has more from Tokyo.
It's a hot summer in the land of the rising sun. Japan's meteorological agency announced its one-month forecast on Thursday, which says temperatures could go up much higher than past years. Japan was hit by an unusual heat wave in June, driving temperatures to over 40 degrees Celsius in some parts of the country. Nearly 16,000 people were taken to hospitals for heat strokes, the highest since comparable data became available in 2010. The hot weather has put strains on Japan's energy supply. Households are struggling to make ends meet as major power companies announce price hikes as high as 3% for August. For the average household connected to the Tokyo Electric Company, bills could rise by 2.7% from July, around 9,200 yen or $67 US.
I have a bedridden husband at home, so we have to keep the air conditioning on at all times. The electricity prices are going up, but there's nothing I can do about it.
I try to go out as much as possible. I can escape from the heat in the public places and keep cool while managing to conserve electricity at home.
Japan has begun dealing with an unstable supply of fossil fuel and soaring energy prices. Experts say Japan tries to keep about 80% of imported fuel for long-term storage to minimize short-term price changes, and that the government tries to even prices reflected onto consumers.
Despite the double measure we have in place to minimize price burdens for consumers, I'm afraid we are seeing a rapid rise in energy prices.
The Agency for Natural Resources and Energy says it is confident Japan can maintain the crucial 3% minimum reserve ratio required to provide stable supply.
The power utility companies are sharing their reserve electricity so we can maintain steady supply across the nation. But even then, we will be facing a tough summer this year.
The government has asked the public to conserve electricity as much as possible until the end of September. Terence Tereshima, CGTN, Tokyo.
Because I already told desk that I can do live until 11 a.m. 11 p.m. Sorry. So I'll come down around 11.
Oui, oui, oui. 誰かが花持ってるお花 取れなかった。顔を隠されたから。もう全然わかんない。え？そういう髪型じゃない。Way. Why? I thought she would be happy for me. Yeah, the lady. て。
If I stand like that, am I on your right? I can move it. No, okay. How about this? Yeah, if I zoom in, that's. Are you okay? I try to sit. But yeah.
Yeah, if it's too early for you, you can take the next one. Okay, I'll look up and send it to you. Okay, I'll check the inbox. Thank you so much, bye.
左側見える。本人が撮った写真で写真を市民の